that's going to be quite a time sink, I think, you know. Plus it interferes with the food, you know, your food making. So, man, it gets you anyway. All right, good to have you with us, Steve. Thanks for checking in here. Rob, KF8CHS, you know, it's about time to get that boat out of the water and get it ready for spring. I imagine you're thinking about that.
KF8CHS, you're right. I was talking to Rhonda today about the growing pile in my living room of boat stuff, all projects for some pretty major upgrades. Yeah, so looking forward to that. Having a blast over the weekend. I don't know if anyone was playing on 10 meter, but I was tearing it up with FT8. Actually got Switzerland as my first contact over on that side of the world, so that was pretty cool. Something else I've been passing on to the nets that I've been participating in over the last week. Huge news. Ham clock that we are all love and adore and was supposed to end in June is no more. There's a gentleman named Bruce Edrich, W4AE. He actually talked back in August of 2019 to Elwood, and he got a website put together way back then and just never got around to doing anything with it. So if you go to hamclock.com, he'll tell you it's actually a really good write-up, a good write-up about Elwood and everything that he did, and now this Bruce guy taking over, and it'll spell out exactly how it's like 2 lines on my Raspberry Pi I had to change, or add, I should say, and everything works great. So ham clock that we were all super used to and loved, and we're dreading June, we don't have to worry about it anymore, because this guy, hamclock.com, has our back. So anyway, sorry for the long-winded update there, and I'm short time, so when I'm done here, I'm done for the night. So 73, everyone. Back to net.
Rob, it's good to have you check in with us tonight, and sorry you can't stay too long, but hopefully we can catch up with you next Sunday. And I do know there are a lot of fans of Ham Clock, and I did hear that there was a gentleman taking it over and making it available for those who really like it. So that is good news for you guys. And I think there's always that one online, too, that you can use. And so, yeah, it's nice to see software supported, things are supported, and don't go out of date for people that there's really a large following for that. So, yep, definitely good news. So, anyway, hope to see you next Sunday, Rob, and keep me posted on your 10-meter stuff. I'm sorry I didn't get back to you there. I caught your message too late about the identification of that signal, but I did get it. So anyway, say hi to Rhonda. Good luck on the boat, and hopefully catch you next Sunday. Stephen, WA8 LMF, good to hear you tonight, and how you been and what's new?
W8BBI repeater.
This is WA8 LMF, and well, I'm beginning to start getting ready for the spring Hamfest season. I did get an official acceptance from the Dayton Forum Committee. I do now officially have a slot to present the Appers over Vera and the VeraTrack project in our lecture at Dayton later this year. The problem is it's on Sunday morning when nobody's there. So I've appealed to the committee to try and get a time slot on Friday or Saturday, and hopefully get a time slot when there will actually be people there. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Most people think Dayton is just Friday and Saturday, but they do officially have a half-day session on Sunday, which normally is really low turnout. In fact, it's so low turnout that on Sunday you get free admission, which says something. Anyhow, since my normal mode of operating there is to drive down Thursday, set up my Studio B radio trailer for the Vehicles Expo on Thursday afternoon, and spend Thursday night and Friday night in the area, manning the exhibit Friday and Saturday, and then at the end of the day on Saturday at 5 p.m., knock down the whole thing, pack up, and drive home without spending Saturday night at the Hamvention site. So being stuck with a lecture on Sunday morning is a real pain in more than one way, and I'm hoping that they will be able to shuffle the schedule. So that's about it. Back to Ned.
I totally agree, Stephen. I mean, APRS on Nevada, both, the old and the new, merging together, that to me is exciting, and I would estimate there would be a lot of people interested in that. I know myself would be included in that. So I thought, I may be off, but I thought Dayton got relocated to another area. And it wasn't held at Dayton anymore, or am I mistaken?
Actually, it was never held in Dayton, but for over half a century, it was held at the Hara Arena in Trotwood, Ohio, technically. But then the company, the family business that ran that convention center and stadium went bankrupt. And then about 6 months later, there was a fire that put the thing completely out of business. And the Hamvention Committee was casting around with only 6 months warning. I don't know if you realize it, but the organization of the Hamvention is a year-round effort. This is on the scale of a commercial trade show. And there's a standing committee that works year-round organizing it. And with 6 months, they found a new venue about 30 miles east of Dayton in the neighboring county, and it's now held in Xenia, Ohio, which is the county seat of Greene County. And now this will be the 5th year that the Hamvention has been in the Greene County Fairgrounds.
Okay, got it. It was been so long since I've been to one. This is back in the 80s, I think. Some buddies of mine rented a travel trailer, and oh man, thereby hangs a story. We had such an awful time. That I won't get. Yeah, the thing broke down, and and I never went back again after that. That was pretty much a mess. But anyway, all right. Well, good to hear you tonight here, Stephen, and I hope they do get your time slot switched to a more active time when there are more people there. Because I gotta believe that. I mean, geez, I can't imagine having it like you say Sunday morning. There's so many people who would be interested in that, me included. Man. Oh well. There you go. Good to have you tonight, and I got a picture you'll like too. So, WB8 PPB, Don, it's good to hear you. And how are you doing here?
Oh, I'm not doing too terrible tonight. There's a nausea medication called Zofran. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. And I took another one of those, so I'm going to try to send a picture tonight. And welcome Clyde. Haven't heard Clyde in a long time, and I have a special picture just for Clyde tonight. And boy, Stephen, my father had a travel trailer when I was a teenager, and we would go down to Dayton. And I used to love shopping through the infield, buying all kinds of stuff I didn't need. Always a good time at Dayton. One of the first streetcars that I ever saw was in the city of Dayton. And then as I got older, we'd always go over to the Air Force Museum. That was always a lot of fun too. President Eisenhower's jet behind glass, I remember that real well. And one of the remaining XD-70 jets was there at Dayton too. A lot of fun. WP8, PPB, back to net.
Well, it's good to hear you tonight, Don, and I had a suspicion you were going to talk about Dr. Daniel's medicine and elixir, but maybe another time. So it's good to hear you tonight, Don. Glad you're with us. All right, we're down at the end of the list. Let's see if we have anyone else that would like to check into tonight's Slow Scan TV net. Please call now. All right, it was pretty quiet. Again, this is Rick, KC8LOQ, Net Control. Let's get to what we came here for. Clyde, I think I remember you went back when Carl was handling this, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't put my finger on it exactly. But it's your turn for an image.
All right, perfect. This one kind of speaks for itself, and I don't have a whole lot of pictures loaded onto my laptop and set up yet. I just got everything up and going. So we'll send this one PD 120.
Repeater.
Well, Clyde, I'm not sure if it's just me or anyone else, but there's something off with the sync here on this image. There's a number of it just didn't come through in a I'm not sure. Is anybody else got a problem with this sync-in image here?
Yeah, there's a lot of phase jumping going on.
Okay, yeah, Clyde, it's really jumbled up, and I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I can send you back a little snapshot of what it looks like here, if you'd like to see it.
Problems there. There's a lot of phase jumping going on, and the popping and snapping from the repeater, both.
You get that, Clyde?
We go. Sorry, I was still in data mode. Still trying to remember the settings on this radio. But I did. I can turn the output of the radio up. That might help with the popping of the repeater and stuff. But I'm not sure on the other. Maybe my audio level is set too high.
It is way high.
Yep, and also I think we're going to have to switch over to the other repeater, guys. I hate to do that to you, but there is a lot of static, and that really isn't helping. So if you don't mind, I'd like to QSY to 146.700, and that should clean things up quite a bit, and I hope you can all switch over okay. So let's QSY to 146.700, and I'll do a roll call here to make sure everyone made it over. So unfortunately, I think that's what I'd like to have done here. That'll fix part of the problem. So with that, the Slow Scan TV net tonight is going to move to the 146.700 repeater, KC8LOQ, QSY.
8CPT W8RQS.
Go ahead, Steve.
Is the frequency?
Yeah, I was checking on the sync on that. It came, I don't know, it came in plus 3,000 parts per million. So it's, well, take that for what it's worth.
Okay, this is
Rick, sync was way off, I guess.
With Carl.
Caused by probably what Stephen was talking about.
QSY
W8RQS, the QSY is 700.
Everyone is here. Just give me a quick Roger as I say your call.
CPT.
K8CPT. K8CPT. Clyde, were you able to move? WD8 PVS. WD8 PVS. W8RQS.
W8RQS, loud and clear. I gave Clyde a little hint on a little bit what was going on, so I may have held him up from switching over. W8RQS back to net.
Okay, thanks, Steve. I'll jump back just to make sure we've got everybody here. WA8 LMF, Stephen?
I'm here. This is WA8 LMF.
WB8 PPB, Don. All right, I'm going to briefly QSY to pick anybody up that may not be able to move, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Clyde, K8CPT, are you there? Charles, WD8PVS. Right, slow scan TV net, QSY to 146.700. All right, guys, I went back. I didn't hear Clyde or Charles. Let's do one more time. K8 CPT. Clyde, are you still with us? Charles, WD8 PBS. Oh boy, I think we lost two people here. Clyde, K8 CPT, and Charles, WD8 PBS. I didn't pick either one of them up here or on the other frequency. So we'll mark them temporary here. And as the net progresses here, I'll check and see if we can pick them up there. But yeah, something was going on odd with Clyde's signal because it, and I looked at the sync image and it was way off too, so maybe he can get to the bottom of that. Clyde, one more time, K8CPT, are you there? Charles, WD8PBS.
PBS is here.
Oh, good. Okay, we didn't lose you. Well, we'll give Clyde a little bit to catch up here, and I guess we'll move to you, Charles, if you're ready. It's your turn for an image.
Okay, why don't you skip me? I'm working off two separate transceivers, so I don't get the other one switched over yet. So why don't you give somebody else a try and then come back to me if that's okay? Sounds like you're off frequency.
Yeah, he is a little bit, Charles. So, well, yeah, we'll give you time to get straightened out. I'm sorry to have to do that to you, but it was pretty staticky on that repeater, and it'll just get worse as it goes. So we'll put you temp there, Charles, and get back to you. Steve, W8RQS, are you ready for an image?
I believe I am. I'll give her. I'll just go ahead and give it a shot. I think I'm up and running with the same. Everything's good here, I believe. So stand by, and I will send an image.
we go. No static at all. That is such a pleasure to get a good image in. Well, Steve, your audio is a little low, and it looks like there's a harmonic of the power line frequency, kind of a hum there in the background, but I got your image perfect. No flaws here detected. I'm looking at 14.5 and some type of device here. I see some screw terminals. Okay, you got...
Yeah, let me see if I got you, Rick. You copy me?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
Okay, well, I'm glad Steven's here. What this is I think they used to call him a power buck or something like that, but it's a DC to DC voltage regulator, and it's adjustable from 0.6 volts to 26 volts. And I was thinking that maybe I could be able to use this to power the mic on the David Clark headset. So that's what it is. And it's plugged into a jump battery there. You know, it's kind of like a big lithium battery that you charge your cell phone with. And that can put out 2.1 amps, I believe. So it's a possibility. W8RQS.
W8BCI repeater.
Well, there you go, man. Is that classy or what? Don't they call it a buck boost circuit or something? The type. Stephen would be able to tell us more accurately there. So, is this a kit that you bought, or did you design this?
It's not a kit, and I didn't design it. Quite a few years back, when I was looking at other stuff on eBay, I found this little thing, and it was only like $3 or something like that, you know, back before tariffs and all the nonsense. So I just bought one to play with it, and it can come in pretty handy because it's very, very small. And if you look at the pot, the blue pot there with the brass knob on it, that's the adjustment for the voltage.
How cool is that? Plus, you got an LED segmented display to go with it. That's pretty cool, Steve. I like that. Charles, WD8PVS, a comment.
Got a real nice image on that. Looks real good. And yeah, I've never seen one of those before, but that seems like that would do the trick.
Absolutely, yeah, it's pretty small. Let's see if Clyde's with us. KACPT. Clyde, are you there?
Hopefully.
There you go. Were you able to get the image?
Yes, I was. That's a pretty cool image. It came in good, and looks like a handy little thing to have. K8CPT.
Yep, it sure does. WA8LMF. Stephen, comment.
Yeah, this is WA8LMF. Yeah, I've got a bunch of these, minus the digital voltmeter, but the same buck converter. I bought a box of 5 of them off Amazon for, I think, $10. And I'm using them in my little broadcast transmitters. The primary power supply in the exciter of my AM stereo transmitter is 28 volts. but I wanted to be able to run the thing off my 12-volt power system in the trailer. And so I have one of these things taking the available 13.8 volts and taking it up to 26 so that I can get full power out of the transmitter exciter in my thing. And that way I don't have to use the AC power supply that was built into the transmitter. I run it off the 12-volt system to produce the 28 that it needs. And to get enough current, I put two of these things in parallel.
Okay, gotcha. Man, that's excellent. I know, it sure makes it a lot simpler when you've got less power supplies running all kinds of different voltages and only one actual source for your different voltages that you need. Definitely a lot easier to maintain, too. WB8PPB, Don, a comment?
All the fun things that you purchase on eBay. Yeah, I've got a drawer full of things that I thought I had to have too. But pretty good image there, Steve. WB8PPB, back to that.
That came through really nice. Well, Clyde, K8CPT, how'd you like to have a redo here and see if we can get a better version of your image if you're ready?
Sure. I have not had a chance yet to listen to the audio levels on this and set them up, but I dropped the audio down significantly, so I will send a small test, and if you let me know if that looks okay, I will send the full image. This is KCPT.
Audio level is perfect, but I'm still seeing phase jumping.
Yep, roger that. Clyde is still not syncing correctly here.
I'm not sure what that would be about right now. Like I said, I just got everything set up, so this is one of those troubleshooting things, I guess.
Yeah, and you're trying PD120, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I could try a different mode.
Sound system are you using?
It's ICOM 7100. It has the built-in TNC.
TNC or sound card?
Sorry, sound card.
I wonder if you've calibrated MMSS TV against WWV or some other reference source, because I'm seeing it. What I'm seeing is it seems to be drifting out of lock and then jumping, and then again drifting out of lock and jumping, and doing it over and over, which can happen if the clock frequency of the sound system is way off from what it should be. So, have you calibrated MMSS TV?
I did calibrate it to WWV, and I did send out an image, and I received an image on HF on sideband, but I haven't done anything on the higher frequencies with it.
Clyde, I'm at a loss to know what to say. I agree with Stephen. That'd be definitely a good place. Excuse me, to start is to make sure that your sound card is putting out the frequency that you expect. And let's see. I'm not sure sending another type of image would help. I guess you could try that. I can, you know what might be helpful for you is for me to send back a snapshot of what your image looks like. And would that be helpful?
I think what I can do is the next person that sends a picture is assuming that their slant and stuff is correct. I'll auto-correct mine to the slant that I'm receiving, and then hopefully it will work that way.
WHBCI repeater.
Okay, well, we just happen to have the perfect person, Stephen, WA8LMF. His image would probably be a very good one to use as a example. So, Stephen, WA8LMF, are you ready for an image?
Yes, I am.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I might mention decades ago when I was living in Southern California, we had a slow scan net, as it happens on Sunday evenings, going through a repeater 5,000 feet above LA on Johnstone Peak, which has a coverage radius over the greater Southern California area of about 120 miles. So we had people checking in from all over Southern California. And the same problem, especially a lot of people that didn't have HF receivers, so they couldn't calibrate against WWV. So what I used to do is 10 minutes before the net, which was just like this one at 8 o'clock, I used to actually tune in WWV and run it through a couple of sound cards back to back from the HF rig to the 2-meter rig, and I would actually rebroadcast WWV over the repeater for about 5 minutes so people could calibrate their programs before the net.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea if, let's see, how would, maybe I could arrange to do something like that in the future.
Related to that topic, this is a specialized observatory that's in the mountains of Norway that observes auroral activity. It was built in around 1910, and it's been there ever since, and now has a very sophisticated system of high-power active ionospheric probes that blast megawatts of RF upward into the ionosphere each night. Anyway, the first picture is a long shot of the site in the mountains of Norway. This thing looks like it would be a really prime radio site, except that it takes about half a day by four-wheel drive to get to the thing, but it's a really awe-inspiring location, and I bet the received noise level is really low in this place. Anyway, this is a shot of the observatory in Tromsø, Norway, WA8LMF PD120 when the repeater resets.
Wow, that is just beautiful. I don't see how they get up there. There must be roads somewhere. It reminds me of Kit Peak, images of Kit Peak Observatory. Man, oh man, Stephen, where are the roads?
Buried under the snow. There is one apparently, but as I say, it's about a half-day drive from civilization by four-wheel drive to get there.
Yeah, that I believe. Man, what a beautiful shot. Beautiful, beautiful shot. Are those the Alps?
This is in Norway, not Central Europe. This is about 40 or 50 miles inland from the coast of Norway in the North Atlantic.
Okay, gotcha. Man, I tell you, I bet the original is a lot nicer, a high-res image original. Beautiful picture. K8 CPT. Clyde, a comment?
I only got part of the picture. I think I figured out my problem. But, yeah, it was doing that same phasing that you had mentioned earlier. And for some reason, when I rebooted the laptop, the internal microphone turned itself back on, even though I had it disabled. So everything that I'm receiving and transmitting is coming through the internal microphone and the external sound card from the radio. So I think that was my problem. K8CPT, back to that.
Okay, well, we're here to help anything we can do. But the picture just came through beautiful. This repeater is very quiet. That other one tends to have occasional static on it, but this came through really nice. Charles, WD8PVS, I know you have to leave tonight, probably getting about that time.
Tonight, so it'll be okay. Beautiful. Oh my God, this is magnificent. Talk about that, guys. What would we give for that? Boy, it must be a long winter, though. WD8PVS.
Yeah, I know. Especially, I can't see how to get up there. There obviously roads are covered, but man, that is beautiful. W8RQS, Steve, a comment.
Yeah, it looks like a great place to put up an antenna tower, too. You wouldn't be getting any RF for 100 miles in all directions or something like that, I guess. Yeah, okay. W8RQS, back to net.
W8BCI repeater.
Yeah, boy, I'd love to see some views through that telescope up there. Man, oh man. WB8PPB, Don, comment.
Oh, that came through just perfect. What a cool place. But I think I'm about done with snow. It's only March. WB8PPB, back to net.
Yeah, that's... I'm starting to feel the same way. Charles, WD8PVS, are you set up for an image?
Yeah, I can give it a try and see what works here, so, give me a minute.
Okay, I'm getting a little distortion through your voice, or it sounds like a fuzz, a little fuzzy. I don't know if, like Steven says, if you're totally on frequency or where that fuzz is coming from.
Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it is, because I'm just saying, I'm transmitting, it's showing 146 Oh, nice. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, you're off. It's 146.1 should be the transmit.
Okay, I'm still getting it, but I might have my picture up on a different radio.
There you go, Charles. That came through perfect. Man, oh man, are those cool little candle holders there? And let's see, what kind of wood did you use on this? On those?
A couple pieces of some scrap cherry that I used on that. They're about 4 inches high, about 3 in diameter, something like that. I don't remember for sure. And those are LED little candle lights, battery powered.
Okay, gotcha. They are really beautiful, Charles. Man, I love that finish too that you make for those that just oil, I think, in beeswax. Is that right?
That's what it is.
Wow, that's amazing. Clyde, KACPT, a comment.
I'm still having an issue here that I'm trying to figure out, but from what I see, it looked pretty interesting. KACPT back to net.
Yep, they are really cool. They're a really cool image. Let's see, Steve, WARQS, a comment.
They sure do look cool. You know, I was thinking, you can't turn all of this on a lathe, but I was wondering how many chess set pieces could you turn on the lathe? You'd have to hand carve out the knights or something. Maybe some hand carving after they're turned. Or maybe it's just a project way outside of what you're doing. But they look good, Charles. Really good.
Yeah, it's the knights that are only asymmetrical. All the other pieces are fairly symmetrical and round. So, all that, well, you know, the king and queen too. Yeah, you could figure some kind of weird little artifact to use for those. Huh. That's a good thought. Now, Charles, that'll put you to work for a while. WA8LMF, Stephen, a comment.
Yeah, this is WA8LMF. I'm wondering that the candles that are in the top of these, are those the battery-powered LED candles that come from IKEA?
Yeah, they came from Dollar, but yeah, that's what they are, like 50 cents a piece.
So distorted, I could literally not understand what he was saying.
He said about 50 cents a piece. I think he said a Kia. Yeah, I think, Charles, that your offset, if you set your offset to 146.1, you'll be right on there. I think you're what would that be, under or over? I'd have to do my math here. You're under a little bit, so, and that would fix that.
Okay, is that better?
No, it's about the same. Okay, yeah, get it. If you get it set to where you transmit on 146.1, it should be. Yeah, you should be okay. Don, WB8PPB, a comment.
Candlestick holders. Those turned out pretty nice. I like that. And I've never seen those LED lights before. That is pretty cool. I like that cherry wood too. Pretty nice. WB8PPB, back to that.
W8BTI repeater.
Yeah, those are really pretty. Man, oh man. Okay, Don, WB8PPB, I think it's your turn for an image.
Well, after spending so much time in the hospital, my wife decided we needed a picture to hang over the mantle on the fireplace. Scotty 2 when the repeater drops.
Yeah, we'll call this amateur shenanigans. Don, you know, you don't look too bad for the condition, stuff you've been through. Man, I got to hand it to you. I do not like hospitals I can't imagine anybody who does. But you look okay in here.
I had 3 IVs. I couldn't believe it. I had a surgeon standing at the foot of my bed telling me that they were going to prep me for surgery and take me to Michigan Avenue by ambulance, and they were going to do surgery the next day. And they did a CT scan, and the blockage in my small intestine had cleared up. And they told me if I could eat, I could go home that day. So, well, actually not that day, the next day. But getting tired. Getting tired of spending nights in the hospital. It's no fun. But, yeah, I thought that was kind of a cute picture. I know the nursing staff by name and their children's name. WBA-PDB back to that.
Well, that's good news, John. God darn it, I'm glad to hear that, man. That is such a relief to know that you're on the mend and you're still able to build more antennas. I tell you what, that's pretty cool. Clyde, K-A-C-P-T, a comment.
Very good. Well, anytime that you're out of that area and you're able to move around is a good thing. Still kind of preoccupied here working on my problem. KCPT, back to net.
Understand, Clyde. And plus, after the net, if there's anything I can do to help, be glad to. Not sure what, but if there's something we can do, we'll do it. Charles, WD8PBS, a comment.
Unfortunate location. Glad you're healing up, so worry about you, WAPVS.
Yeah, I miss that voice, those stories ahead of the picture, those narrations, the shenanigans, all that stuff. We miss you, Don. W8RQS, Steve, a comment.
Yeah, here's my advice. Get out of there. If you can get out of the hospital, get out of there. But that was good news that things clicked. I bet you decided you could eat, too. W8RQS, back to net.
Yeah, oh, heck yeah. Even that hospital food, I mean, that right there in itself is proof that you're alive and well. You can handle that hospital food. WA8LMF. Stephen, comment.
Yes, this is WA8LMF, and that came through perfectly here. There was one noise hit about 80% of the way down, but other than that, it was perfect.
Yeah, I got that too, Stephen. I think it was just a transmission interruption or something because this repeater is usually pretty quiet. But, yep, good image, Don. All right, let's see. We're at the end of the list. Let's see, maybe any more check-ins to tonight's Slow Scan TV Net. Please call now.
KF8, APM, Jason Williamson.
Well, Jason, hey, it's good to have you. How's you been? What's new?
I've been doing good. We actually just got back from our last snowmobiling trip this weekend. We went for one up by Grayling, and they actually had quite a bit of snow, but unfortunately it was pretty hard. Wasn't much powder. Unfortunately, the snow that came down here, I wish we would have had up there, but we still had fun. It was good. So in action. I'm mobile right now. I did get Don's image in my truck here, and glad you're doing better, Don. Hopefully I don't know if you said you did get out of the hospital or not, but if not, I hope you get out soon. Yeah, I did get that one to come through. The one before that I missed. Actually, my phone was still hooked to the Bluetooth in my truck, and it didn't work. But once I got the Bluetooth shut off, I was able to put my phone by the radio and made it work. So a little trial and error today, and got it going. But yep, that, and I did get all my supplies for syrup, or for doing sap, and I think I'm gonna tap trees this week. So we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll have some pictures for you guys next week. KF8, 8 p.m. Back to net.
Well, cool there, Jason. And yep, Don is home. He did get out. So the doctor said if he could eat something, he could go home. And by golly, I think he got hungry real quick. So are you able to send any images, or are you still mobile?
No, I'm not set up for it. So I'll have to do it next weekend or something.
Okay, not a problem. We'll keep you on the list here. That puts us at the end, and I got some images here, or an image, to send out. And this one is, I know Stephen and I were talking about a small little charger that he had had, and I've got one just identical to it. So the picture I'm sending here is that little charger that you've got, Steve, that I carry in my car, and it's got a couple of USB ports that you can charge your phone on, but it's got on the front a small little solar panel. And then just to the right of that is my Melee stick PC that I was inspired to get by Stephen. And hooked up to that is the monitor using that new USB-C. I forgot what you call it. There's some name for it, but it's got power and video together to that KYY monitor. I think probably one similar to what you have, and it's a really nice little setup. It's an effort to get my mobile station going, because this summer I want to be able to go mobile. So here it is. We'll do PD 120.
WHBCI repeater.
right, so my plan is to run everything obviously off of 12 volts, and I've got my generator power supply / battery set for that. That will save us for another picture. But this one is, and I got a little wireless keyboard and mouse, a little small compact one I've ordered for this so that I can use the computer. I think with my cell phone acting as a source to the internet, I can use it to provide internet service no matter where I'm at. If I'm out in the sticks, as long as I can get a cell phone signal, then I'll be okay on the internet. So I'm getting there, and I've got my old FT450 Yaesu ready to go that I'm going to use as my radio. So I think I'm getting really close. K8 CPT Clyde, a comment. Clyde, all I got was a carrier, no audio.
Picture came through clear. I think I got things figured out if I can handle switching back and forth from the digital mode on this radio to the transmit mode here for audio. But came through clear. I see a laptop and a couple devices underneath it, so I think I've made progress on my end. Hopefully I'll do better next week. K8 CPT, back to that.
Hey, not a problem, Clyde. What looks like a laptop is actually just a cover. That's just a bare monitor, and it's only about 1/4 of an inch thick, and it is powered by the small stick PC on the lower right there. So the power and the video and audio and everything for that monitor comes from one USB-C cable. So there's no external power supply for that monitor other than what it gets from that computer, that small little box on the lower right. And the one on the left is a charger for cell phones. It's got 2 USB ports on it and a solar panel right there on the front that if you leave it out in the sun, it will charge up and provide enough power for maybe a couple, not sure how many amp hours it is. I'd have to go look on the sheet. It's not that many, but it'll power a couple cell phones maybe and an iPad or something like that. So. But the cool thing is, and I got this idea from Steven, WA8LMF, to use just one single USB-C port for power and video and audio all in one cable, so I don't have to power this thing up either for another 12-volt source or a wall wart or something like that. So, and it's a pretty cool monitor, yeah. Anyway. Charles, WD8PBS, a comment.
That is amazing. Looks great, and looks like it's working perfect for you. I'm jealous.
These little stick PCs, I've got a laptop that's reaching its end of life, so I justify this by having this because this old HP laptop is starting to act really funny, and I think it's about time to put it to rest. So there you go. W8RQS, Steve, comment.
Very good image, Rick. Say, do you know how many amps the monitor needs?
No, I don't offhand. let me, just a second, let me see if I can grab the spec sheet. Hold on.
I've measured the combination of the stick PC and the monitor being powered off the stick PC. The two of them together in my setup here are drawing 550 mils at 12 volts.
Yeah, it sure isn't much. Let me see if I can be quick here with you, Steve, and find it. I'm looking through. Everything's online anymore, so I think this is just a quick startup. All right, here we go. Oh boy, no, I don't see. Oh wait, yeah, I don't see any. No, there's no spec here that I see offhand of how much current. I get, quarter amp somewhere in that vicinity. I guess half an amp. Yeah, it doesn't say on this sheet that I'm looking at, Steve.
The monitor can be powered with a traditional two-cable setup where you have a USB port connected just for power and a separate HDMI port for the video. And when I've done that, the standard USB 2 port, which can't put out more than 500 mils, it has no trouble powering the monitor.
WHBCI repeater.
Okay, well, the question I was asking is I was wondering if this DC to DC little gadget that I've got would power the monitor.
Usually those things are good for an amp or so at least, so yeah, but the real appeal of this stick PC setup is that the stick PC itself powers directly off 12 volts. So in a mobile setup, you don't need any kind of power converters or wall warts or 12 to 5 volt phone chargers or anything like that. The PC runs directly off the 12 volt automotive power, and in turn it powers the monitor. So it works very neatly in a DC battery powered setting.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen. Steve, I still, in this sheet, I cannot find it. I'll have to get back to you on that and see if I can find it. It's well under a half an amp, I'd say. Yeah, it's 12 volts. It was probably today. I'm sure today's technology has made it even less of a current draw. So. Yeah, there you have it.
Okay, thanks for that information. I was just just wondering how much it actually would draw. So the little rig that I showed there, that's in a battery that can put out two amps. So I'm pretty sure that would jump it down. If the battery can put out 2 amps, then, and I think Stephen mentioned that device will put out 1 amp, then I guess that would power the monitor as well.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think you'd have a problem with that. Stephen, WA8, LMF, a comment?
Yeah, that looks exactly like my portable power bank. I was wondering if you had got the same. There's the same thing, but with twice as large a battery in it. And the only difference is that the inserts that are in orange on this one are green, which identifies the higher power version of this. It has twice the battery at about 50% more cost.
Yeah, I took mine back to the car because I should have had it in front of me, but I've used it a couple times, and I really like this. I love the ability to, charge it through the solar panel. That to me is just a wonderful, cool thing to have. Keep it topped off. So I should have more specs in front of me before I go online and show you guys, because I know you're going to ask me. So I will find out better information. You used to be able to get all this stuff in the little manuals, but nowadays everything's online. They gave me a QR code that I could go up and find more info on this stuff. So I'm going to have to do that. Don WB8 PPB, a comment.
Well, that's pretty fascinating. Pure, easy setup. Just perfect for parks on the air in Sleepy Hollow. Rick, I am going to have to go, and I'm having a corneal transplant on Thursday, so I probably won't be here Sunday. But the next time I see you, hopefully I'll be able to use both my eyes, and that'll make viewing the monitor quite a bit easier, I can tell you that. So I'm going to say 7-3, and maybe I'll catch you guys in a couple weeks. This is WB8 PPB 7-3.
Don, it's good to hear from you. And man, once you get that eye taken care of, you won't have any excuses to not drop by and say hi. So I'll hope for the best there, and I'm sure it'll turn out just fine. And you're looking on the bright side of life, literally. So take care. Thanks for checking in, Don. KF8, 8 p.m. Jason, were you able to get the image for a comment?
It's KF8, 8 p.m. I did get the image. Before I comment on that, Don, good luck on your surgery, and hopefully all goes well. I'll be thinking about you and praying for you, so hopefully all that goes well. And Rick, the image came through great. It actually looks really, really clear, surprisingly. But it is on my phone, so it's kind of small. But I did hear you guys explain what it was, so kind of neat. This might be the first image I've gotten on this radio, so kind of fun playing around with some different radios and different things. So same thing you're doing. So back to net, KF8 8 p.m.
Stephen has one of those chargers that's on the lower left side there, and he showed a picture of it last Sunday. And I said, I've got one just like that. His, I think, has got higher power because it's different colors. He said his are green. I think mine are kind of an orange. So it's just coincidence that we both happen to have kind of the same type of model. And it's got a compass on the back, an old mechanical compass, and two high-powered LED lights on one side that you can use for it too. So it's nice and versatile little piece of gear. So let's see, that puts us at the end of the list here, and it's time for a bonus round. So I'll state your call sign, and you're free to send whatever image you like, and make a comment if you want, or not. So I'll kick it off here, and this is a power supply pretty similar to what you made, Jason. I just haven't got the expertise to put as nice a project together as you did, Jason. So I had to go out and spend my big bucks on something. So, but this one's going to power all my portable things. It's a Jackery battery-powered, essentially a power supply, a battery power supply, but I guess you could call it a generator. And it comes with a panel of solar panels that I'll show maybe in another time. But this is just a zoom in on the front, and it's got 110 It's got a couple of USB ports, USB-C, and it's got the old DC cigarette lighter on it with LED screen that tells you what's going on. And it's a 30 amp hour battery, so I figure I can get if I draw 3 amps, I can get about 10 hours out of this, and that's pushing it because I'll probably drop my power to 50 watts, and with 10 hours will be more than enough. Plus I've got the solar panels to top it off. So any rate, here it goes, a Jacker 8 Explorer 1000 power supply, PD120.
W8BCI repeater.
All right, K8 CPT, Clyde, are you able to send an image, or are you still having trouble there?
I think I can send an image. I can give it a shot. I don't know if you want me to give you a little sample first or send a whole picture.
Give me a couple of lines, a few lines, and we'll tell you how it looks. Yeah, we got a couple of lines, well, I don't know, a few lines at the top there, Clyde. It started, and then it started messing up again.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to tell you either, Clyde. It's just, I know that I agree kind of with Steven there that it's got something to do with your sync. And I don't know if your sound card has been accurately calibrated. I mean, when it says it's 1200 hertz, is that really 1200 or is it off? You know, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I guess maybe a little trial and error would help. If there's anything we can do, we're glad to help.
Yeah, it's all built into the radio, so I'm not sure. I know it works fine on HF, which is very confusing. And I do know that I did have two microphones on at once. For some reason, the laptop microphone turned on, as well as the virtual audio interface on this radio. So I thought that would resolve the situation. Guess not. KACPT.
I wonder if it's some type of interference related to the fact you're on 2 meters that is causing the output audio to be distorted or something like that.
Not sure. And I sent one image before the nest started, and Steve got that, and he said he received it. So I don't know. I guess I'll figure it out here once the net's complete. KACPT.
Yeah, I wonder, are you getting like any RF feedback back into the shack? Or, I don't know, Clyde. I'm just grasping here at, because the fact that it works on HF and doesn't on FM tells me it's some type of interference related to FM. I don't know. Just thinking. You'll find it and you'll go, okay, why didn't I see that? So, anyway, WDA PBS Charles, an image. Boy, that's a beauty, Charles. I love that stripe. Came through nice and clear. And I love the grain. Nice, beautiful, beautiful image. W8RQS, Steve, an image.
W8BBI repeater.
Beautiful, beautiful. Tri-dander, man, oh man. That looks like it belongs under a Christmas tree. That'd be a nice present for anybody. WA8, LMF, Stephen, an image.
This is WA8 LMF. Okay, in the last picture I sent, you saw this long shot of this ionospheric observatory in northern Norway. That is strictly an optical and infrared observatory that observed the aurora. It's been there since the early part of the 20th century. More recently, they've built a second receiving system a few miles away that is an active system. It's actually a form of radar that beams high-power signals up into the aurora and receives the reflections. It's something called IceCat, that's EISCAT, which stands for European Incoherent Scatter Observatory. And what they do is beam high-power RF pulses upward from this station in Norway, and then listen to the echoes coming back down at three locations, one in Norway, one in northern Sweden, and one in northern Finland, so that all three of them are above the Arctic Circle, where the aurora, the northern lights, tends to be very intense and very frequent. Anyhow, the test transmitter that they use for doing this is an array of 10,000 dipoles forming a phased array radar. If you haven't heard of that, it's a radar system that can be steered not by mechanically moving the antenna, but by changing the phase of the RF power going into the different antennas. They're used now in a lot of military systems, including the nose of the F-35 fighter. But this one is for scientific research, and it's a steerable beam. There are 10,000 dipoles in this array. Each one is fed by a 1 kilowatt transmitter, so they can radiate a total of 10 megawatts of RF. And this is done in pulses because it's a radar type of thing, sending pulses upward and then listening for the echoes at all three locations in Scandinavia. This picture is a close-up shot of a small portion of these 10,000 dipoles. Underneath them you can see weatherproof equipment cabinets full of the transmitters that drive this thing. Okay, this is PD-120 when the repeater drops. Okay, WA8LMF, and if you look closely, blow this thing up with a magnifier, you'll notice the dipoles are bent. They're more like 10,000 inverted V's.
Yeah, I see that. And obviously, it's hard to get a perspective. I think they're pretty short, which tells me they're at a very high frequency.
In the UHF range, you're looking at dipoles that are only about a foot across.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what are they observing? What type of effects do they hope to prove or disprove or discover?
They're observing the ever-changing ionization patterns in the upper ionosphere and low Earth orbit space, and how it changes, how the reflectivity changes with visible solar activity.
Okay, and that would correlate to the Earth's magnetic field, I would assume, that indirectly they were able to detect changes to the Earth's magnetic field and the poles from that.
Right, but specifically they're correlating these changes in the reflectivity of the upper ionosphere with visible auroral activity.
That is so interesting. I mean, to be able to have the budget, the wherewithal, and the space to create science projects like this, I just, man, it'd be fun to be up there just working on this stuff, observing things like this. I'm glad somebody is doing it. That's really cool there, Stephen. Jason, KF8APM, do you have an image, or I think not?
I do have an image. I'm actually, I made it home, and I'm on my rig in the house here, so I will send this one Scotty too.
Repeater.
Okay, are you guys playing a game, or are you fixing something?
No, that was us playing euchre last night, so I guess when you're done snowmobiling for the day, we decided to play euchre. The boys wanted to play, and their cousins up there too, so we got a good game in. I think Matt and I ended up winning, I think, 10-8, but it was a close game.
That's cool. My wife and I were playing euchre last night with a group of people too, so what a coincidence. Well, all right, guys, it's getting late, and I guess it's time to put a bow on it here, so we'll walk through and do a 7-3 round. Clyde, K8, CPT, 7-3 round.
got it figured out enough to copy some of the pictures, and it's been nice to hear everybody out there. And you know, I just haven't spent much time on amateur radio for quite a while, and I'm just starting to get the time to put back into it. So I look forward to hearing from everyone and seeing everyone again soon. So 7-3 from KCPT.
Clyde, it's wonderful to have you. We're here to help, and I hope you'll come back next Sunday and work through this, because we all, everybody, that's what makes it fun, really, you know. If everything went perfect all the time, it'd be boring. So it's always something. So take care, and you stay safe. Thanks for being with us tonight. Charles, WD8 PDS, 7-3 round.
Thanks, Rick, for running the net. They didn't make it stop as always. Thanks to everybody for sending great pictures. They were great tonight. So 7-3, be safe, stay healthy. WDH,
All right, Charles, thanks for checking in with us tonight. Good to have you for the whole length here. And give our best to your wife there. I'm glad she's doing a lot better. So keep up the music. W8 RQS, Steve, 7-3 round.
Well, as always, thanks for running the net, Rick, and it's always interesting. You know, I think we're all learning something on every net here, so that's good. And Clyde, I'm going to be sticking around here for a little while, so if you want to try something or want some advice, I'll be here for a while. W8RQS, back to net.
All righty, Steve, thanks for dropping by. It's good to hear you, and appreciate you being with us there. Don't forget to set aside next Sunday. Stephen, WA8 LMF, 7-3 round.
Okay, WA8 LMF. And, as far as struggling with the 7100 ICOM, Clyde, my experience as a very active participant in two mailing lists, one devoted to the Vera high-performance modem, and the other to APRS, both owned groups.io mailing lists. I would estimate that there are more problems and requests for help and technical support for issues related to sound card operations on the 7100 and the 7300, especially in the Vera group, than all other radios combined, I would estimate. So you're not alone on that.
That's good to know. And Clyde, I tell you, Stephen is an excellent source of information there, so don't hesitate to ask him your difficulties there. I run into dead ends. I ask him. He's a good guy. All right, Stephen, thanks for coming in with us tonight, and it's good to hear you. Hope you stop by next Sunday. KF8, 8 p.m., Jason, 7-3 round.
KF8, 8 p.m. No, glad I was able to catch you guys on the net here. Sorry I was a little late, but glad I was able to get in here. When I first turned on the radio, I thought maybe I'd missed you guys, and I thought, no, I bet the repeater was acting up, and they switched to the 146-700. So I caught you, and was able to even get in here and share an image. So thanks for running it, Rick. Always appreciate it, and hopefully everybody stays safe this week and has a good week. And maybe I'll have some. Hopefully the SAP will be running for next week, so I might have some images for that for you. So, and I will keep you notified as well, Rick, how that goes. I'll keep you updated, so maybe you can get out and see some of the observations, but some of the activities. So, with that, 73, have a good week all. KFA at 8 p.m. Back to net.
Yeah, you got a deal, Jason. Let me know how it goes, and thanks for checking in and tracking us down. Yeah, sometimes that 3.9 just I just get tired of that static, you know, and I hate to move everybody over. It is a pain, but most of us usually do pretty well. So thanks for catching us, and you take care. Say hi to the guys for us. So with that, I'd like to thank everyone who took part tonight in Carl's Central Michigan Slow Scan TV Net, and invite all of you back for next week's session. Don't forget to reserve Sunday nights at 8 p.m. for us. We'd also like to thank the Lansing Civil Defense Repeater Association for their support and maintenance of this and the other Lansing area repeater. I will now return this repeater to normal amateur radio use. This is Rick, KC8LOQ, signing clear 7-3, and catch you down the log.
K8CPT, K8CPT, W8RQS.
W8RQS, K8CPT.
Yeah, I was thinking the images we sent before the net were in black and white. Do you have something or anything? Just try it in black and white and see what happens, because it came through before the net. So just thinking, you know.
Yeah, I could possibly try that. The other thing I want to try is I was in the FM digital mode. I want to see if I can get it to output in FM. I just read a little blog that said that some people have better luck in FM and staying out of the FM/D for 2 meter. So if I can send a little, I'm going to send a little sample and just let me know if you can hear the tones or not.
No audio, Clyde, just the carrier.
W8CCI repeater.
Alrighty, yeah, one of the issues with these radios is they are quite complex, so there's a lot of settings in there, and I could have something off, or it could just be the rig, I'm not sure. I know it worked fine on HF, and I was able to, on 14230, send some pictures and receive some pictures with no problems.
The problem is there are 2 different audio channels involved, because on FM, normally FM voice, you have high frequency pre-emphasis. The highs are boosted sharply relative to the lows, and then at the receiving end rolled off by the same amount. Whereas on HF SSB, the audio response of the voice channel is flat. It may be narrower bandwidth, only out to 3K or so, but it's flat. And because of this, the audio routing through these multi-mode radios is always problematic, whether data, in quotes, on FM should be routed through the mic channel and acquire pre-emphasis, or be separately routed into the modulator so that the on-air frequency response is flat. And I'm certain something, in fact, on a lot of these radios, if you have a menu option, 1200 baud, referring to classic packet, but also other data modes, 1200 baud normally routes through the mic channel with voice type pre-emphasis, while 9600 baud, in quotes,
means a flat audio response routing straight into the transmitter modulator, if you can find the menu references to those.
Okay, I'll start digging around and see if I can find that. I'm not sure if the 7100 has that or not, but you know, man, that puts me in a different direction here, and I can definitely look at that over the next couple minutes. I'm going to do that real quick. K8 CPT.
This is WA8 LMF. And another issue is the frequency response and bandwidth shaping of the audio system that surrounds the built-in sound card. Some of them have high frequency roll-off in them, so they won't pass anything higher than about 3K, which works for the slower data modes, but kills the performance of VARA FM or 9600 baud packet. Just won't go through those sound systems. That's definitely the case on the Yaesu radios with built-in sound, like the FT991. If you want to get the full speed on these high-speed digital modes, you can't even use a built-in sound card. You've got to use the traditional 6-pin mini-DIN data port with an external wideband audio source, which is really annoying since the whole point of these radios was to try and eliminate the clutter of external interfaces.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know I had a 7100 in the past, and I didn't have this issue with it, so that's why I'm kind of scratching my head.
Another issue that comes into play is how you're doing the PTT key. Are you using the RTS DTR virtual handshake line of the virtual COM port, or are you trying to use CAT control of the radio?
This one, it's trying to use, I tried using the RTS DTR and I had no effect. I could not get it to key the radio. So I read a couple blogs and I found one that showed that you need to have the CAT control set up on this one. So I followed along with that and got the CAT control set up and finally was able to get it to transmit.
All it does is reinforce my belief in tone-activated box-like interfaces that don't depend on any kind of PTT control from the computer at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, it's definitely proving to be a problem here. K8 CPT.
It always makes me uncomfortable about CAT control is you're sending out one command to tell the transmitter to turn on, and then you have to send a separate command to tell the transmitter to unkey. And what happens if the computer crashes or locks up or dies while you're in transmit, then there's no way to unkey short of turning the power off on the radio and restarting it.
Oh man, that would be a bad one, especially if you're using some sort of remote interface through your computer and you're not at home when it stays keyed up. Yikes.
That is always an issue that's at the back of my mind with a remote rig system that I've got tied to my Kenwood TS2000. But the remote rig boxes themselves actually have a protection against that. There's a deadman switch, which after it sends a transmit command, if it doesn't get a receive command within, I think it's 4 minutes, it'll then unkey by itself, even if it doesn't get a cat command from the far end.
Definitely a lifesaver. I ended up reloading an image in Robot 72, and I thought about sending that out real quick to see if you guys are able to receive that.
Shoot. Out, but again, after about the first quarter of the picture, it started tearing again.
Okay, very good. So, I wonder why it worked on the black and white then and not on the color. Maybe I should try it again in black and white just to, like, RQS had suggested, just to see if it actually comes through that way.
WHBCI repeater.
Dead air. Yeah, that works. Again, there seems to be a time-related issue. Tearing started near the bottom of the frame, meaning about 7 or 8 seconds into the transmission, which is about the same amount of time interval as we were seeing on the slower transmission modes. It seemed to be related to the amount of time on the air, not the overall size of the transmission.
Hey, Clyde, try black and white 8.
That's what he just did.
Yeah, that's the one that I just sent, was black and white 8.
Double.
Yeah, that's the one I just sent, Steve, was black and white 8. I wonder, LMF, do you think it could be something to do with the laptop itself?
I was going to ask you, what sort of laptop is it? Yeah, one thing I would say right now is for some reason some software has gone buggy. Reboot the thing and try it again.
Okay, that was my thought too. It's an older Dell laptop, but I've tried to keep it off the internet so it doesn't download all the updates, because this is basically an offline kind of laptop, an older one just used for ham radio. I'll reboot that now. Okay, CPT. And WARQS, you were going to say something else, and I think we doubled.
Oh, we were just clarifying whether it was black and white 12 or 8, so we're good.
Flavor of Windows is running on it. notorious for putting factory-provided add-ons to the basic sound drivers into their systems that do a lot of cause a lot of headaches for non-media related uses of the sound cards, such as hams use. So I have just finished disarming the unwanted Dell enhancements on a that I just inherited secondhand. It's really a pain in the neck.
Oh yeah, you know, it's just odd that it will send a correct image for a very short time, and then it does whatever it does and kind of goes haywire there.
Any other applications running in the background while you've been doing the slow scan?
Oh, nothing that I know of is running in the background unless it happened to grab some Windows updates when the wireless was enabled earlier. I've since disabled it, and I did just reboot the computer, so maybe I'll try another image here in a moment.
If you haven't run it, one of the invaluable utilities is a tool called WinArrow Tweaker, which gives you the option to disable or alter hundreds of settings buried in the innards of either Windows 10 or 11. And I consider it an essential part of any install.
I think there might be one of your ham packs on here somewhere. Is that something that you've had in them?
Yeah, but only for about the last 9 months or so, since I started dealing with the awfulness of 10 and 11, having finally been forced to move away from Win 7, which is far better behaved to this kind of stuff. And so, having got involved in defanging 11 and 10, I now have a whole directory full of Win 10 and 11 tweaks that's a new addition to the Mega Pack.
Okay. Very cool. All right, I'm going to send another image here in just a moment, and you can let me know if I figured anything out here or the reboot helped. Okay, CPT.
Time it worked perfectly.
Oh goodness! So all that playing around, and it seems like it may have just been the computer.
Of course, now the acid test is to try it on a longer-term color mode and see what happens. Another offender, it's not just forced updates for Windows itself, but also the obnoxious Microsoft Edge browser, which is forever trying to hijack file extensions back from third-party programs. For example, it keeps trying to disable my PDF reader and insist on displaying PDFs by default in Edge. It tries to hijack various graphics file formats back to Edge. And one of the tools in WinArrow Tweaker lets you completely disable and remove Edge, which eliminates a lot of this annoying mode switching.
Oh wow. I've got Robot 72 loaded up. I'll send in a minute, but yeah, I've had some issues with it as well. Specifically with Windows Update, it tried to install the wrong BIOS, in one of my computers 3 times in a row. Every time I would turn off Windows Update, for some reason it would turn back on randomly, and then it would try to download the wrong firmware again, or the wrong BIOS again for the computer, and I'd be at a BIOS screen trying to escape out of it before it does something dumb.
Oh yeah, for that one, there's another tool in the Win 10 and 11 Tweaks folder on the Mega Pack, and that's O&O Software. That's a German company that writes a lot of PC-related utilities. O&O Shutup, it's called, that once and for all disables any attempts to force update downloads into your system.
Excellent. Yep, that is something that I could use in the future, for sure. Yeah, you found some handy tweaks here. That takes a lot of searching and just knowing the right people sometimes. Hey, I've got a Robot 72 loaded up. I'm going to try to send, and you and RQS can tell me how this one looks. KCPT.
W8BBI repeater.
Choice is a mode. The robot modes, 36 and 72, are rather different from all other SSTV modes in that they use a phase-modulated subcarrier, and they're much more sensitive to timing errors and audio glitches than any of the other modes. So that's acid test. Oh, the jumping is back.
Hey, Clyde,
Yeah.
you just set a new record. It was 3,900 parts per million out of sync. And it's that's a staggering number. I just can't believe it.
That is pretty wild. Huh. I don't know if I should try a different computer at this point, or if it's something that gets warmed up or used, or between the connection of the radio and the computer. There's something going on there.
Or through a hub of some sort.
That was a perfect double. I did not catch anything there.
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, what I'm asking, since both the CAT control and the digitized audio from the radio, from the internal sound card, are passing to the computer over USB. I'm wondering if it's a USB issue. Two things I'm thinking of. One, a USB driver, is it current and up to date? And are you going through a hub or straight into the computer?
I'm going straight into the computer.
USB 2 or USB 3?
Oh, this is old enough. I don't think USB 3 was invented yet. This is USB 2. It's a pretty old Dell. It looks like it's got Windows Vista Basic on it, or it originally came with that.
What? And you upgraded it to 10?
I got it from my buddy that way.
Now I'm wondering whether it was, quote, upgraded, unquote, that is 10 installed on top of Vista, or did he nuke the hard drive and install 10 from scratch? Because these in-place upgrade installs, my experience is that they're notoriously awful at leaving remnants of older generation drivers around.
Oh yeah, RQS.
Go ahead, Clyde.
Assuming that was a fresh install.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. But I don't really know. You know, I got I got so many laptops here that I can't keep track of them.
I will say I don't think I have I guess it's got a small ferrite core on it that came with the radio, the USB cable. But it doesn't look like anything fancy. It's kind of a thin cable, but it is the one that came with the ICOM. I could try a different USB port, but I'm thinking we're going to get the same results if it's the same PC.
Unless it happens that one USB port is slightly defective.
That's true. Let me rule that out. K8CPT, I'll be back in a couple minutes here.
Steven, I got a question for you, just a quick question while Clyde's working on that. That little power buck there, or the image I sent, will that power the microphone on the David Clark headset?
I'm sure it could. I don't think you need that much volts, actually. You could probably get by with 5 volts straight out of a USB port, for example.
I can't remember exactly what the voltage was, but it's in the manual I think it was like 5 volts to 10 volts or in that neighborhood. I just put it up there so people could see, you know, that it can go higher than that.
Oh yeah, it should be able to power it, because we're only talking about 20, 30, 50 mils at the most to emulate a carbon mic. Again, you're going to need sort of a separator network there, because you'll apply the 5 or 8 volts through a series resistor, probably something like 480 ohms, 1K, somewhere in that neighborhood, to the hot terminal of the microphone. And then coming out of it into the radio, you're going to need a series capacitor to block DC trying to go into the mic jack of the radio. and probably an attenuator network, because the carbon mic-like output will be high, on the order of half a volt or 3/4 of a volt. And if you're trying to go into a modern radio that's expecting something more like 10 millivolts of audio, you're going to have to pad it down somewhere.
Okay, I understand. It also said it wasn't polarity. It's like polarity neutral. It doesn't matter. Well, you know, plus or minus.
WHBCI repeater.
That sounds even more like a carbon mic emulation, which would be just that way. Because, of course, the original use of the carbon mic was in 19th century telephone systems. The first phones, and the signal standards and impedances for analog landline phones have not changed in over a century. And in such a system, you had a 48-volt battery at the central office, and then unknown miles of wire to your phone instrument. And when you would go off hook, the voltage drop of so much wire, the 48 volts at the central office, you would see across the line terminals of your phone, when it's off hook and drawing current, something like 3, 4, 5 volts. And the carbon mic was being powered off that 4 or 5 volts, but in series with it, you had hundreds of ohms of resistance being the wire between your phone and the central office. So the equivalent of that, simulating it locally, is going to be about a 12-volt power source in series with a half K resistor or so.
Okay, thanks for the information there. I'll send it back over to Clyde and see if he's made some changes there or something.
I have. I got it routed into a different USB port, and then I had to change over the settings, and MMS STV they had changed. But I think I got everything set up now. I could try to send a sample.
Okay, go ahead. Same thing, it keeps tearing this in a slightly different pattern this time.
Well, that is wild. So, do you think it's a PC issue at this point, or a radio issue?
I have a sneaking feeling it's the PC, unless there's something damaged about the USB port in the radio. But yeah, I think the obvious thing now, since you don't have a second identical radio to substitute, is substitute a different PC.
I do have a couple laying around, but it would take me a little bit to get them up and running, so that might be something for another day.
Okay. Right here, as I'm sitting at this radio table in my basement, there are 4 computers hooked up and within reach of me. The one I'm running the slow scan on, it's sort of my main ham operating position, is a Panasonic Toughbook CF53. And the main computer here is a Dell Optiplex 9020, which is a small footprint corporate desktop computer. you can tell that the video out on the rear is display port, and I had to use a dongle to convert it to HDMI. And then I've got a second Toughbook here, which is a CF54 with a touch-sensitive screen on it. And then the fourth one is this stick computer that's I was showing this last week on the SlowScan net, is a so-called stick computer, one of these ultra-compact system-on-a-chip PCs that's in a stick about 5.5 inches by 2 inches by about half an inch thick. It's an actual full-blown 64-bit x86 PC, which I'm using as a Vera appliance. QS.
Yes, I got it. Hey, Stephen, the last time I was at MSU Surplus, they had one of those Panasonic Toughbooks there. And I don't remember whether it was tested or untested, but I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of like $40.
I wondered, you don't remember what model number it was? And also, was it the fully rugged Toughbook that has the silver magnesium case and rubber bumpers on each corner, or is it the so-called semi-rugged, which is what I have, that looks more like a normal laptop?
I think it was the real rugged-looking one. They had some of those in there a while back, but they were more expensive, so I don't know. If I go again, I'll see if it's still there, and I'll get the model number from it if I can.
Mainly because most of those fully rugged ones have a painfully low resolution screen. They're only 600 by 800 or 1024 by 768. They don't have the modern 1920 by 1080 screens.
Well, yeah, I got a 24-inch monitor here, and it's 920 by 1080.
Oh, you mean old school 4:3 aspect ratio, not the modern 16:9.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a wide angle monitor. I guess some of the gamers prefer it, but it seems to be working really well for me too.
Both my Toughbooks are refurbs, bought secondhand through Amazon, and nicely outfitted. The older one is a half HD screen. It's 780 by 1388. The newer one is a full HD, 1920 by 1080.
Okay. Well, we'll send it back over to Clyde. I just thought I'd mention that. And if I go next week, I'll see if it's still there. And like I say, I'll see if I can figure out what model number it is. Maybe you're just not even interested, though.
I'm definitely not interested, but who knows? The other thing, really, both of these Toughbooks are about a decade old that I have, the CF53 and the CF54. But I was shocked that both of them can output 4K, twice the standard HD resolution. I didn't realize that until I plugged the HDMI port on them into my living room TV, and was flabbergasted to see that it auto-adjusted to 4K resolution on an ancient machine like that.
W8BBI repeater.
Yeah, okay, Stephen. Well, I'm gonna I'm gonna send it back over to Clyde. I don't want to leave him out, and we'll work on the problem, I guess. If you're not interested, then I don't think I'm interested in it either. So go ahead, Clyde.
Oh, well, you've been talking. I've been trying to set up another laptop, so give me maybe 1 or 2 more minutes, and I should have that done if I get lucky here. Okay, CPT.
I have these 2 different generations of tough books, and I actually highly prize the older ones because they are the last generation that had PCM-CIA card expansion slots in them, which to me are an issue of interest because I've got 2 very high-end professional sound cards that plug into PCM-CIA card slots for in-the-field broadcast quality recording. The newer one, the CF54, does not have the PC card slots. They did away with them to make room for more USB ports.
Okay, but you said you were not interested in it, correct?
No, I don't want the fully rugged ones, which are bulky and heavy and awkward to use without specialized mounts in the car. And as I say, I've got 2 of the CF53s and 1 of the CF54, which for the time being is... Another question is what size memory and drive, if any, is in the thing at $40, because if you haven't priced them lately, you're going to be shocked at the grotesque increase in the cost of both RAM and hard drives. It's this AI data center mania, speculative frenzy building data centers that has now driven the market on both RAM and drives to astronomical levels. I just read somewhere that the entire next 2 years of one of the major hard drive manufacturers, I think it was not Seagate. Yeah, Seagate. The next entire 2 years worth of production at Seagate has now been spoken for by data center speculators. It wasn't Seagate, it was Western Digital. Yeah, the data center people have cornered the market on Western Digital drives for the next 2 years. And the price of RAM is going up, major increases, and it's having an effect on these second-hand computers, these tough books that I bought. The same machine that I bought last year, remember this is a 10-year-old machine. The machine that I bought for $350 last year is now up to $4 1/4 just because of the value of its RAM.
Is that DDR4 RAM or DDR3?
This is the small format. Remember, this is a laptop, not a desktop machine. But yeah, it's had an effect on RAM pricing across the spectrum, this insane demand by data center build-outs, which are, what's in these data centers are just thousands and thousands of commodity generic, relatively recent model PCs, so that they're competing for the same pool of parts as our civilian machines.
Yeah, okay. Well, I was just wondering if it's PC3 or PC4.
So another place that the data center speculation is crunching the market is this NVMe dot two, these RAM sticks that go into the low-profile sockets parallel to the motherboard instead of standing up in slots like traditional RAM. And that NVMe format RAM, the pricing has also exploded. One of the symptoms of this has been that Micron Technology, which was one of the three major RAM foundries in the world, which had the retail subsidiary called Crucial, that you could either buy through the usual online stores or directly from Crucial. Their entire RAM production capacity has now been snapped up by all this data center speculation, and they have simply shut down Crucial. You can no longer buy Micron RAM at retail. Both the motherboard RAM and also the flash memory modules that went into SSDs, all of that Crucial used to be a major supplier of to the consumer market and consumer PC manufacturers. All of that stuff the one was buying last year with no problem is now unobtainium.
Those data centers are sucking up a enormous amount of energy, electricity. I guess they're going to have to build their own power plants to run the data center.
But even that is encountering massive backlash. I just read a story about some small town down in Mississippi where one of the big data players, I'm trying to remember now which one it was, I think it was XAI, Musk's AI operation. They're building a big data center down there, and they were told to produce their own power. So now what they have is sitting outside the building 8 gas turbines, which are essentially jet engines. And this small town now has this roar of 8 jet engines running 24/7 that is drowning out conversation in the whole town.
Maybe somebody throw a small turkey into every one of those jet engines or something.
WHBCI.
Musk himself has been talking about what you've got to do is put data centers in space where they can draw on uninterrupted 24/7 solar power that's far more intense than on the surface of the Earth. So maybe these gas turbines will have a relatively short life.
Go ahead.
I think I got it set up on a different laptop here. I had to download the drivers and do quite a bit of tinkering real quick, so it took me a minute. But let me try to send something out if that's okay with you guys.
Let's shoot. Black and white 8, that looked perfect.
Okay, very good. I'm going to send out a Robot 36 one in just a moment.
Perfect, although of course in the middle there where it's all black, I wouldn't be able to see any phase jumps if there were any, but from what I can see it was perfect.
Okay, excellent. I'm kind of wiping the sweat off my forehead now. I'm just glad it was the laptop and not the transceiver.
Okay, send us another one, Clyde. Something like a photograph or something.
Give me a couple minutes if you guys want to chat for a minute. That'll give me time to find the image on this laptop and get one loaded up. K8CPT.
Very good, Clyde. We'll be here. I think on that other machine, more than ever, I'm suspecting latency and less than optimal performance in the USB infrastructure. The problem you have is that without a detailed block diagram of the inside of the computer, you don't know whether those USB ports that are on the outside are actually root hubs or whether they're all being routed into a hub internally that is shared with a single internal USB interface being branched out with a built-in hub to the multiple ports on the back panel. And once you get the hub involved, that means this whole issue of latency and timing and data flow becomes much more critical and fussy. Anyway, I'm wondering whether possibly there's a less than optimal driver for whatever configuration of USB hardware is in the machine at the moment. And in turn, I'm wondering whether perhaps trying one of these third-party driver updater tools like Driver Booster, which is a freeware program which will scan all of the installed drivers, including the motherboard chip drivers, Ethernet ports, USB ports, video, everything, and can update any or all of them and see if it generates some hits on the drivers for the USB infrastructure that's in that machine.
Sounds like good advice. Very good advice. I will give that a shot tomorrow. I just got a picture downloaded onto my PC, so I'm getting ready to fit it into SSTV.
Okay, this is WA8LMF standing by. No, you didn't have the radio audio connected. It was the front panel mic. We could hear you bumping around and talking in the background.
That's what I thought. Sorry about that. KECPT, I'll switch it over and send it.
W8BCI repeater.
perfect, and it also has very little slant in it. This was just about perfect.
Okay, that makes me happy. Yeah, I didn't calibrate this one to WWV. I know it's off just a little bit. I think it's like 0.49 or something like that. 24 or something. But very good, very good. That's my little setup right there. Right now you see the little laptop and the transceiver and tuner and stuff, and then Nintendo set up with Super Mario Brothers on the big screen. And then kind of on the left-hand side you can see one of my Bose speakers. I've got a little sound system down here so I can listen to music, play games, and play on my ham radio at the same time if I want to.
Now let's see if I have it. Okay, Clyde, big improvement. Went from 3,900 parts per million to 33. It's almost perfect, I would say. So there you go. Now we're cooking on gas, I guess.
That's good to hear. I do have my audio. I didn't adjust the audio level, so it might have been a little bit too much there.
Remember, the audio level in the computer is going to have no effect on an external sound card, or at least it shouldn't. But no, the level was just about right.
Hey, perfect. Well, thanks for sticking around, guys, and helping me get it figured out. That was kind of frustrating, not knowing whether it was the radio or the computer, and then finally, wiping the sweat off, getting another laptop going, and getting a good picture out there.
Place to dive into that other machine that might shed some light on this is to open the Windows Task Manager and look at how much CPU cycles different applications that are running are sucking up. If there's something in the background somewhere that's showing it's using a significant amount of CPU cycles, that could be responsible for the erratic timing.
Oh, that makes sense. Yep, I will look into that tomorrow. But for now, at least I know I got a good image out, so definitely feel better. And my brother had been telling me about the RAM shortage and Micron stopping production for the public and running everything to data centers, which is crazy. I know the RAM in a laptop that I got was like 150 when it was purchased, and then that RAM thing happened, and now it's like 800 or 900.
That's why I'm glad I went on this binge of PC buying last year on these tough books. And I have, as I say, actually there's 4 of them here because another one is sitting on the upper shelf. That's my Appriss web server, mapping web server, is running on a CF53 tough book 24/7. And then I've got the CF54, which is now the mobile one that lives in the car when I'm on road trips. And then there's the CF53 that's the ham workstation off to my right. And another CF53 for experiments and special projects. And then this Dell corporate laptop, Optiplex 9020. And they're all stuffed out with 16 gigs of RAM from last year. I'm glad that I did it when I did.
Absolutely. W8RQ QS Steve. What do you have any of the newer gear laying around, or just the older stuff? Because it had went completely haywire. I didn't have any idea, and one day my brother mentioned it, and I looked online, and I could not believe the prices. It's amazing that a company as big as Micron has decided to dedicate all of their manufacturing over to data centers. K8CPT.
Yep, it's all about the money. Follow the money, and everybody will follow you, I guess. Yeah, I'm kind of lucky here. A friend of mine gave me 32 gigs of DDR4 memory, and he had a bunch of it because it had come from somewhere that he had taken it out. And then recently he told me there's a shortage on memory, and that stuff is doubled or tripled in value. So I guess I'm pretty lucky that I've got, I got 16 gigs in Optiplex 7070, and this thing is fast. Only 16 gigs in it is fast. It's got a 6-core processor. And then I've got an Optiplex 7040 that's equally fast, I guess. And I've got 16 gigs of RAM in that, DDR4 RAM. So I got some stuff around here that's pretty capable.
WHBCI repeater.
These stick computers too, not because they use a kind of RAM that's DDR4 or higher that's in data center machines, but I think what's happening is that all these there are only 3 major manufacturers of RAM in the world, and all 3 of them are seeing that the data center market is so much more lucrative that they're shifting production over to that and making less of other varieties, lower-end RAM varieties that go into lesser machines. The stick computer, which as I say, I'm about to do a presentation on at Dayton this year, in its application with the Vera modem. Specifically, what I'm doing is APRS over Vera instead of conventional packet on HF. And because the Vera modem is so fantastically more effective at working in weak, noisy signals than traditional packet, it's literally an order of magnitude, if not 2, better at getting average position reports out on HF than traditional packet. The problem is that the only way Vera comes is as a Windows software application that runs on Windows PCs. There is no hardware equivalent of a packet TNC or the capability built into a radio like the Kenwood Appers radios that do packet. So when I discovered these incredibly cheap stick PCs, which are a full-blown 64-bit x84 x64 Windows PCs that you can buy for less than $100. They've got 4 USB ports, Wi-Fi 6, Bluetooth 5, gigabit Ethernet port, and not 1 but 2 HDMI video outputs. And they're under $100. It occurred to me that I could do a full Windows installation, including Vera and the Appers programs on these things, and create what is the functional equivalent of a tiny track on classic packet. That is just this little computer. You plug a GPS into a USB port, take the sound out of its 4-conductor headphone jack that has both mic in and stereo audio out on one jack, wire it to a radio, and you've got what's functionally the equivalent of a tiny track, but for Vera, especially on HF. I've been testing Vera on HF now for Appers for almost 3 years now, and I've done over 15,000 miles of drive testing cross-country, trying it out, and it really works. So my concept was, what I've now developed is a standard load for one of these stick computers that has Windows 10 plus all of the applications that you need to do it, all in an image that can be restored to one of these stick PCs, and then it's immediately ready to run as a standalone tracker without even a monitor, running it headless. And I'll be putting that image up on my website so people can download it and restore it into one of these cheap sticks and duplicate the tracker concept. Anyhow, when I bought these things last year, when I started this project in about November, I was able to buy this stick PC for $79. I just went to check now, and the same unit is now up to $109, and I don't know if it's tariffs or the RAM shortage or both, but that's just in the space of about 4 months. It's increased that much.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Phenomenal. Yeah, hopefully Hynix doesn't stop producing RAM for us, because then we'll be in trouble. We won't be able to find any of those pre-built items, the laptops or the sticks or anything. But hopefully they'll stay with us.
Yeah, I just read a story, I think it was in Slashdot, about how it's impacting Apple, that the cost of RAM going into iPhones has almost doubled since last year.
RQS? Yeah, Stephen, this RAM shortage, is this only DDR4? Because I don't think the data centers would be craving DDR3 or any of the older chips.
No, they don't use the lower end RAM, but the manufacturers are simply producing far less of the lower classes of RAM, because right now, cranking out DDR4 in seemingly infinite quantities for data centers is so much more profitable. And so there's a worldwide shortage of the lesser varieties, because the big three, which are SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron, are shifting practically all of their output to DDR4 and nothing else.
Okay, so it is then affecting the price of DDR3 as well, correct?
Yeah, it's DDR3 and the small inline, DIMMs that you put in the laptop motherboards, and let's say the sticks that go into the newer motherboards for NVMe, RAM, and flash memory. All of that stuff is going up because so much of the semiconductor industry is refocusing on nothing but vast quantities of DDR4.
That makes me wonder, last time I was at MSU Surplus, which was Friday, they had a bunch of Dells in there, and I think they did not have hard drives, but they had 16 gigs of RAM, DDR3 RAM, in each one of those units.
they're cheap enough, the machines, it might be worth buying them just to scavenge the RAM out of them and resell it on eBay or something.
That's what I was thinking. Dollars. I couldn't touch 16 gigs of RAM for that. And now if the price has even gone way up, then it might be in like investing in gold.
The semiconductor industry has traditionally been a notoriously volatile market. It's almost like agricultural products. If you have a good growing season and the market gets flooded with corn and soy, then the prices go down, and then you have a drought, and the prices double or triple next year. The semiconductor industry is the same way, boom and bust. So sometime in the next year or two, people are going to come to their senses about this data center mania, and suddenly the demand is just going to go over a cliff for DDR4, and the prices will plummet once again. So if I was going to speculate in RAM, I would want to buy it and then turn around and sell it as quickly as possible.
WHBCI repeater.
Yeah, probably good advice. None of this stuff gets newer. It just gets older as time goes by. Okay, Stephen, W8RQS. I think I'm going to wind it up, but I'm going to send it back over to Clyde, and then we'll say goodbye, and or you guys can talk all night if you want. Like Jed Clampett used to say, you can stay up all night, 8 or 9 o'clock if you want.
Very good. I'm going to get ready to go to bed as well. We've got a new puppy in the house, so he keeps us up several times during the night. Make sure he gets to go out and go potty. But, boy, I appreciate both of your help, and I'm glad that we got it figured out. And I was thinking on that RAM, too, you mentioned that eventually it's going to go back to normal, and I believe it will, too. But I was kind of curious in how long does it take for a company to build a new data, or a factory to build them RAM chips, because that is quite a undertaking. Quite a bit goes into them, trying to keep all the materials, the dust, everything else out of them, and just all the technology to build that technology. I gotta imagine it would take several years to even come up with something like that.
Yeah, definitely. And there's another bottleneck in all this. A modern semiconductor fab, like what TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, which is now building plants in the U.S. as well as Taiwan, it's a multi-billion-dollar investment, and it takes 2 or 3 years. But now they've got another bottleneck, which is there is another company that most people have never heard of called ASML in the Netherlands, which is the world's leading and virtually only manufacturer of extreme ultraviolet lithography. To make these extremely high-density semiconductors, you use ultraviolet rather than visible light because the wavelengths are shorter to form the patterns on the silicon dies that will become chips. And everybody in the world has ASML's production backlogged about 5 years right now, so even if you had a few billion to spare to build a plant, you can't get this critical machine from the Netherlands.
Pete. Yeah, there's quite a few bottlenecks, it sounds like. W8RQS, I know you're going to bed, Steve, so I'll say goodnight. I'm going to stick around just for a minute here and talk to Steven, and then I'm going to say my goodbyes as well. K8CPT.
Okay, K8CPT, W88LMF, 73 from W8RQS.
Well, Steven, it sounds like there's going to be a lot of electronics postponed or delayed for several years until that ramp starts coming back to normal. I would think that eventually it's going to start affecting your smart TVs and everything else, especially once the supplies of what we currently have built kind of dwindle.
Probably less affected simply because smart TVs, for the most part, do not use bleeding edge semiconductors. Very routine commodity parts, of which there's an enormous production base in China now, and virtually all of the components going into the TVs, which are all made in China. The latest industry shocking news: both Panasonic and Sony have decided to get out of the TV manufacturing business completely, and they have now outsourced the production of their brands to TCL, this big Chinese TV manufacturer. Oh, they're huge in places like Walmart and Target and Circuit City, but they're 100% Chinese, and in turn TCL draws upon the less than bleeding edge semiconductor industry of China, which is huge, and can produce a seemingly limitless quantity of cheap 4K flat panel TVs, including those that are continue to be branded as Sony and Panasonic.
Oh yeah, that's wild. And I think if I remember right, this was a few years ago, but didn't TCL get in trouble because they were enabling microphones and stuff on their TVs?
Everybody is. It's the third parties that provide the operating system for these smart TVs. I'm trying to think of the one here that. The Amazon Fire Sticks and Fire TVs and it's just at the edge of my tongue, the Roku. All these companies were spying on you. The minute you connect a smart TV to the internet for streaming, everything that you are watching on it, whether it's off the air antenna, off cable, streamed off the internet, is immediately being sent back to Roku and Amazon and others so that they can analyze your behavior and target advertising at you. And that was not peculiar to TCL. It's characteristic of all brands of smart TVs.
Oh man, that's wild. And I've been thinking about this too, and my brother's listening, and he mentioned that what they're trying to do is also create a lot of devices that just stream your data. So you don't have a computer at your house, you have a device that interfaces with the server, and wherever that server's at, that's where your computer's at. So, we don't have to worry about the memory and everything else. I think they're trying to make a lot of stuff subscription based and take away our ability to have that unit at our house.
Yes, which is the ultimate irony. We've come full circle. Before the late 70s, when the personal computer burst upon the world, At that time, you had huge, giant mainframe computers on corporate campuses and college campuses. All the computing was centralized in this big iron, and all anyone had on their desk was a terminal, a green screen ASCII terminal in those days. And you time-shared the huge computer that was in the university data center. Then in the late 70s, suddenly this revolution of the personal computer burst on the world. And suddenly the computing power was now, and storage and everything was on your desk instead of at the other end of the campus. And now we're coming full circle to where big TVs are becoming essentially large, not quite dumb terminals, but still terminals with no local computing power. And once again, it's huge systems in the cloud somewhere outside your house. And that sounds exactly like the time-shared mainframes of the 1950s and 1960s.
WHBCI repeater.
Oh yeah, it's kind of scary because it takes the power away from the user, gives it to that company, you know, and takes control away really. Hopefully it doesn't get any worse, but I expect it will. I mean, there's a lot of people that will enjoy that convenience, but the thing is, the minute your network goes down, all your devices go back into the dummy mode. They won't do anything. And that's what I would worry about most.
I keep screaming about this issue in conjunction with APRS. Everybody is eager to adopt APRS applications that don't need maps because you can get the maps off the internet from somewhere. And I keep arguing that means when you're out in the field, especially mobile, you're dependent on cellular connectivity for your map source, which is why I keep advocating for this software orphan, UIView, whose author died almost 15 years ago and has been an orphan ever since. But the one unique capability that UIView has is that it can be paired up with precision mapping, which is a CD-ROM-based mapping product. It's been out of print now for about 10 years, but it gives you a continuous, zoomable, scrollable, street-level map of all of North America that is entirely local on your computer, no internet required. No contemporary APRS application can do that. And in fact, it's the precision mapping database that I put in these stick PCs for the Veritrack. Precisely so. It'll work in the boonies with no internet access, no cellular access, totally autonomously.
Oh yeah, yep, I couldn't agree more. Having everything local and not having to worry about the internet is definitely critical, especially when you're running something like APRS where, you know, you don't want to have to rely on anyone else. You want everything internal, everything built right next to you. So if something happens, you know, we lose power, whatever, you name it, the cell towers go down, it doesn't matter. As long as we've got all our stuff with us, we're good to go. And that's a really good point. The more externalized we build things, the greater the risk of losing everything.
Anyway, I have a stick computer here. This is one of the mid-level models. This one has 8 gigs of RAM and 128 gigs of NVMe flash drive hard disk. But I've just ordered the bottom of the line model, which has 4 gigs of RAM and only 64 gigs of hard disk. And from what I've been able to determine with this larger one, I could go far beyond just putting the Vera track in there, which consists of the Vera modem, UIView, precision mapping database, and I've started installing other ham sound card applications, FLDigi and FT8 and MMSSTV and EasyPal, the so-called digital SSTV. Anyway, I've got a fairly comprehensive software install of all of this ham-related software that one might want to use in the field, and it still fits comfortably into less than 16 gigs. So even the lowest end stick should be capable of running this thing. So probably the image that I'm going to build for the stick will go far beyond just the Vera tracker application and be a total ham workstation that will run on 12 volts anywhere in the boondocks.
Oh, that's very cool. All from a little bitty stick PC. Oh man, that's pretty crazy. I think I've seen them too, where you can buy a small one and it just plugs into your HDMI slot on the back of your TV. They may be 3 or 4 inches long, and I can't remember. They're probably externally powered through USB, but it's phenomenal what those things can do. Hey, way back when you helped me get set up with a tablet, and I think they were being sold at Micro Center at the time. Is that still something that they have, where you can get a hold of them?
I don't know. That whole tablet mania, which was part of Windows 8, which sort of flopped, I don't know what they're doing now. The nearest Micro Center to here is in suburban Detroit, well north of downtown, and I haven't been there in years. I have 2 of those Windows 8.1 tablets here still, which again I have cram-packed a very comprehensive ham software suite into, including precision mapping, I mentioned. And they're sitting here, but the sort of modern-day successors to those now are these cheap and lightweight stick PCs. Another thing that makes the sticks really attractive for ham applications, it's powered through a USB-C port that handles power input, and it accepts 12 volts, which means that these things are perfect for ham applications, especially mobile, because you can run them directly off the automotive power system.
Yeah, that's awesome. I may need to get one of them at some point. And I seen the part of the image that I thought was a laptop, and that is as an actual monitor, and it sounds like that requires a very, very, very low amount of current. So maybe I'll look into that too. What I was thinking about for me is like a small setup that I can put together in a little Go kit. So if I decide to take my radio and work one of the parks for POTA or whatnot, I'll have my digital modes that I can take with me and everything in a kind of a compact, Go kit.
Actually, what I'm doing here, this KYY monitor I have, which is a 16-inch full HD monitor that's about a quarter-inch thick, that can be powered. Yet another acronym or term in an industry that's just rampant with them. Full function USB-C. What that means is a USB port that can simultaneously provide power and the usual USB data stream and video and audio all at the same time. And these stick PCs do that. So it takes only a single USB-C to USB-C cable to connect the USB-C port on the stick to the USB-C port on the KYY monitor, and it's hooked up and ready to go. And I've measured the power consumption here. The stick, remember, is running directly off 12 volts DC, and in turn, it is providing power to the monitor. And the total power drain is about 550 mils at 12 volts.
WHBCI repeater.
That's phenomenal. At that level, you could set that up with the car battery, or even better yet, even some solar panels. I think you can get that amount of milliamps through. So, man, it's phenomenal how power efficient things have become. And I even in graphics cards, some of the high-end graphics cards, you used to have graphics cards that would draw 750 watts for the extremely high-end cards, and they've got some of them down now to drawing 170, 160 watts at full tilt, which, boy, that's quite a change. K8CPT.
Yeah, this power drain of high-end graphics processors is one of the things that is now a really critical issue in this data center mania, because all of these AI data centers have thousands of PCs, each equipped with a very high-end NVIDIA graphics card to do the heavy-duty crunching. So anything that can reduce the power drain when you've got a building with 4,000 or 5,000 PCs in it, each with a power-sucking NVIDIA card in it, is going to make a major difference. But, this is what I'm going to power it with, is one of these phone power banks. I've got a heavier one. I got it at Costco about 2 years ago. It's a 20,000 milliamp hour power bank that can output both of USB ports for charging phones. And it also has a 12-volt output with a power-up converter that a fairly heavy pair of red-black cables with alligator clips comes out, plugs into the 12-volt port, and you can use it as a jump starter for a car. Now, I've never tried to do that because my diesel takes a lot more cranking current than the average gas engine. But I have used the thing as a general-purpose portable 12-volt supply, and I have run ham gear at swap meets and ham fests for most of the day off of that portable charger with no difficulty. And I'm thinking I'll use that thing with the stick computer in the field.
Oh yeah, that sounds great. That sounds really good. I know I've got I've got a few of the power banks around here. I think I've got a 20 or 25,000 that I bought a couple years ago. That's one of the higher current ones. I think you can go up to 120 amps with that thing or something like that. It's unbelievable. It's got a quite large brick power supply that came with it to charge it back up when that bank goes low. But, man, yep, I'm enjoying the efficiency of things. It makes it a lot easier to build a portable rig and not have hundreds of pounds of batteries and extra equipment in there. So it's a good thing. So Steve, I'm looking forward to having more conversations with you. It's been a long time, and you'll have to tell me about your plans to move away, because I know you were going to go out west. The last time we had spoken, and you had a couple places in mind. One of them was on a hill, like towards the top of a mountain. You were looking at a place, but it sounds like you're still at home now.
In Hazlitt, I've had my eyes on the Traverse City area most recently, and been sort of watching for available hilltops in that area, which has more hilltops than we have around here by far. But at the moment, I forget, did you ever see my Studio B radio trailer, this 12-foot A-liner that's crammed full of electronics?
I can't remember. I think that's one that you were building, and we were talking about it quite a while ago, that you had done some work to strip things down and get them where you wanted them, and I think that you had just got it set up, and then I kind of moved away from the area and got really busy. But you got that thing finished up, huh? Is it on your website?
Yes, it is. WA8LMF.net/A-liner. This year will be the 4th year that it's been exhibited in the Emergency Communications Vehicles Expo, which is sort of a sideshow at Dayton to the main convention. And I say again this year, the 4th year, it'll be on display down there. Yeah, I describe this thing as my combination mobile ham shack, micro EOC, radio test lab, and AM stereo, FM stereo broadcast station.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Boy, I imagine that took quite a bit of time to get it all set up the way you want it.
It's been an ongoing project. The first year at Dayton, it was only about 3/4 finished and kind of rough on the inside. The next year I had it pretty much finished, but since then I've been gradually enhancing it with more capabilities and more antennas and more electronic gadgets. It now has well, even the pictures in the pictures on the website were shot the second year at Dayton when it was pretty much finished. But I'm still adding stuff to it. The power source in the thing is 200 amp hour 12 volt lithium iron phosphate batteries, and almost everything in it runs on the 12-volt system. There are a few things that require AC power, and for that, it does have a full RV-type 30-amp, 110-volt wiring in it with a AC to DC power converter. But the vast majority of the electronics in it runs directly off the 12-volt side. The only things that need AC, really, are the 55-inch TV that acts as my quad monitor and the powered active speakers for the 4-channel surround sound system. Everything else runs on 12 volts, and I can even the AC stuff, I can power off either a small inverter or a Jackery portable power station that provides a kilowatt of AC power when I need it.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the pictures. That's a really neat setup. So, if you're running everything in there, how long would you estimate your internal batteries would last?
Easily a day or two, because that's not the end of it. I do have the solar panels on it, so of course in the daytime I'm offsetting most of the drain from the solar power. Most of the events I've gone to, which are swap meets, they run for half a day or maybe 7 or 8 hours at maximum, and I have no trouble at all powering everything for that duration. But what happens is the 12-volt power side of this thing, I have heavy 12-gauge red-black zip cord coming out of the trailer through 75-amp power poles, you know, the big monster power poles, into a third such battery that's in the trunk of the car. And in turn, that one is connected through an isolated DC-DC converter to the car's electrical system. The reason for that is to fully and completely deeply charge these lithium batteries, you've got to provide 14.6 volts or more to them, which the normal automotive electrical system will not do. So I actually have this Victron DC-DC up converter that is tied across the car's front battery and alternator system. When the engine is running, the Victron switches on and starts charging the battery in the trunk, and if it's connected, the two batteries in the trailer. So what that really means is that the car acts as a portable generator that can power or charge the batteries both in the car and the trailer as long as I have the engine idling. And the diesel engine in the car will idle practically forever.
W-H-B-B-I repeater.
And you really thought that through. That's awesome. So, your alternator on your car, did you upgrade that, or is it still the standard alternator?
Remember, this is a diesel car, a Jetta TDI, so that the alternator and the battery are both larger than normal gas engine cars would have to begin with. It's a 750-watt alternator. Once the diesel engine is started and you restore the starting power drain to the battery, then the available capacity from the alternator is huge. I can easily pull 400 or 500 watts continuously. And since the total power drain in the trailer, even with the TV and the sound system on and the 12-volt gadgets running, is only about 200 watts, the alternator can effortlessly keep ahead of it with engine idling.
That's a pretty cool setup. Well, next time there's Hamfest nearby, I'll have to swing by so I can check that out. I like your antennas that you have on there too. That's a pretty convenient rig. So when you get to a Hamfest, how long does it take you to basically get everything going?
I've been working on that over the years, trying to cut down the setup time. Partly more stuff is now permanently built into the trailer instead of being unpacked and set up on the table. It's permanently mounted now, which saves you a lot of time. And on the roof of the trailer, I now have a angled bracket that has 3 NMO mounts in it. The thing is a chunk of aluminum about 4 feet wide and 4 feet long and about 6 inches wide with a 45-degree bend down the length of it. When the thing is bolted to one half of the roof, so that the half of the plate is at a 45-degree angle and the other half is perfectly horizontal and has the 3 whips in it. When I fold up the trailer, then the antennas are all raked backwards at a 45-degree angle. That saves me a lot of time screwing around, hooking up coaxes and screwing in antennas and stuff. And I've mounted several of the radios now permanently. The bottom line is that now when I arrive on site, unfold this thing and set up everything, and it takes me about a half an hour to 40 minutes.
Well, for the amount of stuff that you have in there running, that's pretty phenomenal for one person to be able to get it going in 45 minutes. It's taken a lot of work and a lot of thought to be able to do that. Man, that's pretty phenomenal. I definitely need to see that sometime. And it looks like you got plenty of room in there to weather a storm or bad weather if you need to as well.
The one thing it does not have is the usual RV amenities. A-Liner sells these trailers either outfitted like a regular RV with a kitchen and refrigerator and propane tanks and the whole 9 yards, or bare bones with none of that stuff, which they call the Scout, which they actually position on their website as a replacement for a tent to get you off the ground and more weatherproof, but nothing more. That's how I bought it, was in the bare bones Scout configuration, and then put all this stuff in myself. I do have one of these little cheapy $50 Walmart microwave ovens in there, and that I can run off the Jackery. The Jackery can just barely squeak out the 1,050 watts that the microwave takes when it's running. But since I only run it for a minute or two at a time, it's not really a problem. I also have a little mini 12-volt freezer in the trailer. And I don't mean one of these thermoelectric ice chests. It's an honest-to-God freezer with a compressor. And so I can keep an assortment of frozen snacks and quick meals off in the freezer and then microwave them. And both of those devices just perfectly fitted into two small open spaces in the trailer.
Oh, that sounds sweet. So you really got it set up. So what did you ever do with your smaller one that you used to use? That smaller trailer, KCPT.
WA8LMF. No, I still have it, and use it as a cargo hauler if I've got to move a bunch of stuff. But mainly it's the new one, the A-liner, that's on the road the most. I've towed it all the way to Los Angeles and back. I would never have attempted to do that with the gasoline version of this car, but the diesel has no trouble. You know, in top gear, 6th gear, the TDI diesel at 60 miles an hour is only turning 2,000 RPM, and it's got enough torque at that low RPM that I can easily go up and down hills without having to slow down at all. The only place where I had to throttle it down from that was crossing the Rocky Mountains over the Vail Summit in central Colorado. But I actually did drive it all the way to Los Angeles, where I did a show and tell for a bunch of broadcast people 2 years ago in L.A.
Hey, that's a pretty good track. So you definitely got it tested out and know it's good to go. Yeah, it sounds like that little diesel car's done a good job for you. I remember, boy, this was quite a while ago, and I think that your mom was still around at the time, if I remember right. But I think that you were replacing a cam on it at some point.
Replacing a what?
An engine cam or something. Something about lobes wearing down after a certain amount of time.
Yeah, that was about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah. The thing now has 319,000 miles on it.
Hey, that's okay. Keep going with it, you know. I'm not sure how many miles you can get on them, but I know you changed out the cam and a few other things. But yeah, it's that's pretty awesome. I know I've seen some vehicles now up to 1 million miles, but pulling that trailer has to make it work a little bit harder, I would think.
Definitely, you can tell the difference immediately. The car has no trouble handling it. The trailer is rather lightweight. The total weight of it, since I've outfitted it with all this stuff, is about 1,900 pounds total. But what happens, the car alone, the steady state cross-country interstate cruising at 65 or 70, is doing 43, 44 miles a gallon with a trailer in tow, which has all the aerodynamics of a brick, the mileage drops to about 26.
W8BCI repeater.
Man, that is a significant hit. But still, when you think about it, it's a lot better than most pickup trucks and whatnot. So it's pretty darn efficient. Then when you get to where you want to be, if you need to unhook your trailer and secure it somewhere, you've got your mileage back and you don't have to worry about a thing. That is nice.
Most of the time, these are relatively short day trips to Hamfest around Michigan and Upper Ohio. The first outing this year is going to be 2 weeks before Dayton to Cadillac for their Hamfest and swap meet. Then the big one, Dayton. And to get to Dayton, I don't even take it on the interstates because with the trailer in tow, I make a point of not getting the car above 57 or 58 miles an hour. So for the most part, I go putzing down secondary roads, and to get to Dayton, basically I just get on 127 and just keep going south, 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 off the bottom edge of Michigan, down the western edge of Ohio, all the way down to Interstate 70, and then jog east about 30 miles to Xenia, Ohio, where the convention is held now. So it's a leisurely drive at 55, 56, 57 down these secondary roads. Same thing for a lot of these Hamfests. So there are usually about 8 or 10 of them that I do each year. There's the Cadillac, of course, is coming up, and then let's see some of the others. There's Port Huron, the Seaway swap, and the General Motors swaps, which happen 2 or 3 times during the summer north of Detroit, and Chelsea, and the big one down there, Monroe, and Kalamazoo, and Grand Rapids, and a couple of others.
That gives you something to do to stay busy. So that's good. Well, Steve, I'm going to have to say 73 here in just a minute. It is, it's late. I'd like to stay and chat, but having that puppy, he definitely keeps me up all night. Every 3 or 4 hours, we're letting him out right now, just to make sure that he doesn't have any accidents in the house, and to get him used to our area and the routine as well. Pretty neat little puppy, though.
What kind?
He's a Schnauzer Poodle mix. They call them a schnoodle.
Okay. All I have here is a cat that was originally my mother's, but is still here with me today.
Oh yeah, well, cats are good companions because you don't have to worry about taking them out and stuff. You can, if you go on a trip for a couple days, you can leave them a big bowl of water and food, and they'll be fine. So there's advantages of having a cat.
Yeah, that's what the drill here is. Basically, if I can get away for 2 nights with no real problem. Beyond that, I have the next door neighbors come in here and feed her a couple times a day. But there are 2 long-haul trips that I make each year, aside from these one-day outings to the Hamfests, and the 2-night outing to Dayton, going down Thursday to set up, being on stage to present the trailer all day Friday and Saturday, and then as soon as Dayton shuts down at 5 p.m. on Saturday, I fold everything up, and make the drive home here the same night. But there are two much longer trips that I make each year. One is to Evergreen, Colorado, the last weekend of every July for the annual Evergreen Jazz Festival, which is 2 nights on the road to get there. It's just about 1,000 miles out from here. And the honor will be all the way to LA again in late September. And I will be doing a presentation on AFEN, the American Forces Vietnam Network, to a bunch of broadcasters, and attending the annual fan gathering for this internet stream that I'm connected with, Martini in the Morning, the Great American Songbook in hi-fi stereo, which is run by a guy that used to be an LA broadcaster but now lives in Idaho and runs the stream out of the third bedroom of his Boise suburban home. Anyway, several times a year he gets back to LA, and in the fall there's a fan party for listeners of the stream. And this will be the third year that I've driven all the way out to LA for that thing, along with the AFEN presentation. And if my scheduling comes together as I think it will, on the way back I will be stopping in Lincoln, Nebraska, of all places, to do the AFEN presentation a second time to a ham club in Lincoln, whose principals are a couple of broadcast engineers that have especially an interest. They manage a bunch of radio stations all over Nebraska, and also the ham club and the local areas unit. So they're all interested in this radio stuff. And I ran into this guy last year driving back from LA. He saw me on Interstate 80 driving eastward across Nebraska and called me on 2 meters. We got into a conversation and I told him what I was doing and where I'd been. And we stopped at the Lincoln McDonald's, and I set up my laptop and a sound system and did an impromptu slideshow on AFEN right there in the McDonald's.
Oh yeah, it sounds like you had a lot of fun. And it's nice to have a lot of people interested in what you're doing as well. That's good. And I've never been over to California or that area at all. Never went that direction. I spent most of my time on the other coast and down to Florida as well. But Stephen, I'm going to have to let you go. I'm really tired here, and I need to get a little bit of sleep before I got to get the dog up here. So I'll say 7-3 for now, and thanks for the conversation, and I look forward to chatting with you again here since I got everything set up. WALMF from K8CPT.
Okay, well, yeah, it's time for me to turn in too, so I will get ready to shut down here and turn in. K8CPT, WA8LMF will be clear.
W8BCI repeater. This is the WHBCI repeater PL107.1.